Hi, welcome to the hangar. Brought to you by Scenic Local Danger Base. And I'm frankly surprised. I went for the whole, 3-minute intro of standing there doing nothing, and I was worried that I would run out of energy or food, and the alert would say something, or a meteor storm would happen. Just something would go wrong. And nothing went wrong. So we are all good to go. Now that we're good to go, we can discuss how bad the situation is. We're low on food. We're kind of low on resources, but we don't need resources to survive, except we kind of do eventually. It's awkward like that. But the big ticket item is that we need to make sure that our food supply is good. And I have left the plants running not at all. Which means if I walk in here and I look at these plants, they ain't ready to be harvested. Got like a solid several minutes left for them. But aside from that problem, everything's reasonably okay. We have a system. We have a process. There's ice in here. So as long as we're keeping relatively stable on everything that's going on, maybe I should deposit some of the stuff I have with me. We should be in a reasonable scenario. We just need to not destroy the plants again. So I have reason to believe Thega might be around. I saw a login attempt right when I was starting the stream, but I don't know where Thega is. I don't exactly remember the... Oh, right. Thega was going to a vehicle and then died and then probably respawned somewhere on the ground. So I guess we can expect Thega back at some point. Could go down and help with a rescue if requested. But I think I need to deal with the food situation. So, we have that. Do we have ice? Anyway, also let's consolidate. Yeah, we have about double the amount of ice that the irrigation system can hold. The O2H2 generator is not running. So all of that will go to irrigation eventually. I don't yet have a good grasp of how much ice is needed per unit time. So we may want to do a few ice gathering trips. We could also possibly go back to Rockwell, do some missions, maybe buy some more flatbread. They have some good flatbread at Rockwell. What's this? What they have? I think to start off, I'm going to go on a nice run. It's something that I know will provide a long-term benefit, provided that I do it. I shouldn't need to utilize the GPS coordinate for this. We know that the ice asteroid is visible from exiting the hangar. So it should be that one. So I won't have good range finding on it. That shouldn't be a problem. Because we can use the ability to see things as a way to see things. Be a very good supply of ice. Fill up these containers. How much can these containers hold in volume? About 20,000. So 1,000 of it is currently reserved. And then about 6 plus almost 7,000 in the drills itself. Connector's got some room. I suppose some of these items are holdovers from when I was using this as an assembly ship. And those days could return. But right now what we need is raw ore. And ice. I don't know what the legal, like, definitional requirement is for the concept of ore. Could ice be considered water ore? Or perhaps ice embedded in rock could be water ore. Because you have to, like, separate it from the actual rock part of it. I have no idea. That's a linguistics thing. Very interested in not making the same mistake that we did last time. And by last time, I mean with the mini merchant and its tragic end. Wherever it may be now. There's plenty of room to slow down. Try to slow down in a way that doesn't drift us upwards. That looks like a crater. Maybe that's my crater. Really does look like a crater. Perfectly circular. Could this have been the merchant bounce? It almost looks too clean. Yeah, these might just be natural generated craters. Little divots in the stone. Alright, ignoring that, we proceed. Ice. Actually, I think I want to get ice from one of the outlying asteroids just to make this place safer to navigate to. That there's less random junk in the way. You can tell I've become paranoid ever since the crash of the mini merchant. Safely place ourselves here is about. Get shoveling. We want to watch our inventory space because as far as I understand it, we're just going to keep breaking up rock while our inventory does not get any more full. So definitely check the mass of the ship and when it stops going up. Otherwise, we'll just be losing future ice. And then try and remember what that number is for the future when we want to gather more ice and can just point to a number and say, that's how close we are to being full. I think we're there. 91 metric tons. Okay. Easy exploration. Obviously, in the future, we will want a bigger mining ship or bigger mining. On the way back, I don't know if we have the acceleration for this. I kind of want to go towards the unknown signal. If it's a nice and normal stationary thing, we could very easily access it. If it's one of those moving ones, it might be a little tougher. Might have been easier if we had one of our grinders still on the ship. Don't want to accelerate too hard, otherwise we'll overshoot. So I'm going to stop at 50. We'll just casually coast in. Should get there in about 2 minutes. Vega, I don't know if you're here. I don't know if you can hear me. But another ship has entered our space. An IMEX mining survey drone. And, well, I can't tell if it's approaching. I am moving in a direction. But it is less than 10 kilometers away. There's a decent chance we get in trouble with the mining guild, given that we are mining. They may have some legal staked claims on some documents somewhere that we are interfering with. Back to this matter at hand, the signal. Full reverse, we're getting too close. Can't tell what it's doing. All I know is that we're going too fast. Seems like it might be maneuvering. Given everything I'm seeing, it looks like it has various accelerations. Or is at least spinning. Right, I'm gonna leave this drifting in roughly the correct direction. We have signal on it, so I can just go over here. Ooh, this is a very, very involved drone. Okay, get back in the ship. Actually, maybe try and get this thing. This thing is interesting. We may have lost vision on it. We did lose vision on it. Okay, the drone might be lost, which is unfortunate because it looked really cool. Seems like very functional. Try and do another pass, see if I can just, like, luckily see it, but odds are low now. That mining ship has not stopped from getting closer. I'm not seeing the drone, which is unfortunate. Oh well. Back to danger base we go. Drop off this ice. Let's have a let's have us operate at 25 for this century. Looking for things that may have still been the drone. No luck. Oh well. We got what we came for. We got a prize. I pressed the button. Not in that order. Let's adjust our heading a little bit. We're a bit off to the side. There we are. That screen is very useful for like precision alignment of vectors. Very appreciated. Having thoughts. There is an unidentified signal pretty much right next to Rockwell. What if we explored that? An option. I certainly wouldn't do it in this ship. I would take the Wayfinder. But we could do it. How's your situation, Thega? Are you on the planet? I assume that's where you spawned. Oh, you're going up alright. You're very quick at making a serviceable base-bound ship. That is a skill that will serve you well in Spengineers, as evidenced by it serving you well in this game, which is Spengineers. Flatbread content is not getting any higher. Okay, let's see if we can get our orientation good. That's the solar array. I feel like the hangar is that, like, could be over there. So if we head off to the left side, we should be near the docking port. I should have an easy, relatively simple access if I can slow down in a reasonable time. Do that. I'm going to try and go side on to the down vector using these sort of particles of space which exist for some reason. Sort of get my heading good. Then when we get close enough, I will use the bottom thrusters, which I think we have the most of. Actually, it might only be 4 versus 6. Yeah, it's only 4. The best direction to decelerate, therefore, would be facing perfectly backwards. Okay, let's begin. I probably overshot this. I don't think I overshot this. Very nice. Now, I was a little off about where the docking port would be, but it's fine enough. Get the nice stop. Very good. Rotate ourselves around. Ship aligned. Poor angle. Good enough. And we're here. This could really use a non-hangar side entrance for the convenience of docking that ship in particular. Don't want to put it in the greenhouse because I worry about its airtightness and integrity. The more vectors of failure this place has, the worse off we are. Oh. So some of these are done. These are not. These are not. So I now have vegetable. Ideally, we want to produce more vegetable seed. I could make chili. One of the difficulties here is that this consistently requires more vegetable than fruit. Though, in a long-term sense, that makes sense. After all, the vegetables grow faster. That means that this is another cycle of no food for us. You wouldn't have happened to have found any good plants down there, would you? Darn. Well, fruits and vegetables are what we got. The fruit supply, though, will be plentiful once these are done in like 3 minutes. So, assuming we use an entire rack of this for vegetables, an entire rack of this for fruit for the time being, we're gonna start getting some serious, like, profits, stockpiles of fruit now. The only issue now is that it's not a very filling food type alone, which is why we need the vegetables. I would very much like anything else at all as well. But we're almost there. I'm not gonna sit here pressing the refresh button. I can go outside and do like one thing while I'm here. My inventory is full. That's something I should maybe deal with. Go to our cargo access terminal, put away our silicon and iron. We certainly don't need it on a person. Medkits are technically helpful. Detector components probably don't need that much. I can put everything away, I suppose. Medkits, I maybe don't need. These are best for an emergency situation. Though, if we're at the base, it's probably already close enough to normal things that we would need for health. So, maybe I should put it in the Wayfinder. Good thinking, Self. As far as other things we may want, I would like to restock the oxygen in my bottle. Thank you. That should put me in a good position to go on another expedition to Rockwell. You might not make it. Oh no. How not making it are you? Is this something I can rescue you from, or are you just gone? Okay. You want to like bail and just jetpack? How high up did you get? Okay. My deepest condolences. Do you want me to, like, pick you up wherever you are? I have a ship that could probably make the... Oh, wait, hold on. I have to refill this thing with hydrogen, but it can make the distance. Like, you got plenty of ships up here that you would just, like, be functionally operatable. That happens. Is this always a problem? There we go. Just needed to be rebooted. Okay, yeah, I'm going to perform a pickup operation. I'm going to go down and rescue you before I head out to where I'm going. In fact, you can come with, possibly. Oh, no. You did remember it, right? How close are you to the actual, like landslide base? I'm coming down. Okay, so you are just there. Gotcha. I'm on my way. We might have to just forget the airheads for a while, although if you could mark its crash site, that would be good for historical purposes, I suppose. I think the airheads is for the most part. been retired. In no small part because we are in space now. Oh wow, that's far. How'd you get it over there? What were you up to? I see. Yeah, unfortunately there's no lift. Drag isn't real. If you want those kind of things, you're gonna need to install mods. And this world doesn't have the mods in it. Tragically, your attempts at an airplane have fallen short. Something I should maybe add to this ship is cruise control. Okay, so the only cruise control would be the single thruster in the front, so it'd be the one that only has one thruster in the lift. There are two forward, and only one back. So your cruise control. So it is number 12. If I do this, and then I do this, and we have cruise control. Really, if we're gonna be on the planet side for a little bit, I would like to do a few hops to fertile ground with the express purpose of looking for plants. If you're willing to be on this expedition with me, you don't really have a choice. I'm the bus driver. I drive the routes. Anyway, I'm about 3.5 minutes out. 4.5. It's going to be slightly more inconvenient to calculate distances, or, well, arrival time in Space Engineer 2. Because in Space Engineer 1, it's very easy if you're going at max speed of 100 meters per second. Just divide the value you see in tenths of a kilometer by 10, and that's it in seconds. So I just ignore this digit and I read this as, you know, 211 seconds. And that's basically correct. But in Space Engineers 2, you're also going to have to divide it by 3. Because you can go 3 times as fast. which maybe isn't that hard, but it is another step. And it's a lot harder of a step than just ignoring the part of it that moves too fast to read coherently anyway, just reading it a second. So it's dark, it's nighttime. Already runs through 2% of our fuel. I'm not so concerned about the fuel, I'm concerned about the food. Yeah, the food is very, very much our biggest problem right now. Oh no, you had food? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, okay, yeah, we were not doing good on food in any way. Okay, I have an idea then. We're gonna look for food in the direction of Hillcrest. Even if we find no food, we'll at least be able to get to Hillcrest and buy food there. And as for the fact that you're currently starving, that's okay. There's a cryopod on board the Wayfinder. You can sit in it, and while you're sitting in it, your food will not go down. Oh, you're at the cryopod on the landslide. I mean the one on the ship. Yeah, this is like a certified exploration ship. Go for long distances and survive reasonably okay. Used to have a gun on it, but I removed it for reasons. The reasons being it was shooting at me. Okay, going in for a very aircraft type landing. I'm gonna have to do this in third person because in third person it's way too dark. We have you on radar. Why does it get so much darker? I have it tinted the other way, though. Hey, I'm here. Hop in. Oh, oops. Welcome aboard. So the cryopod is right here. Come with me if you want to eat. Is this also access denied? I'd imagine it's also access denied. Convert to ship, convert to station, faction, comms, production control panel. How about we just everything share block with faction? There we go. Should be good. All right, on to Hillcrest. We're living. Let's get some food from the local grocery store. All right, there's Hillcrest. Yeah, I know, but I'm piloting, so it's okay. That can give you more or less confidence if you so choose. But also there's a nice convenient window on the top that you can see the sky. Great, see, and then we got no problems. Okay, cruise control is on. We are coasting. In fact. Good thing we left. The storm is approaching. Getting out of the airport. Fly to clearer skies. I don't exactly remember how much green and fertile land there is between us and Hillcrest. So I don't know how much stopping we're going to be doing to look at the local ecology and harvesting it for food. For now, though, we just cut over these mountains, get to where we want to go. Hey, how's it going? I'm showing off a little bit. INT-TV is the name of the airline. I'm your Captain Exception. Welcome to INT Takes Flight. Thus, the acronym still works. In-flight concessions will not be provided. They are, after all, the reason we're going on this trip. And if you look to your left, you will see a giant wall of steel because this aircraft is not really designed for good views. But if you look slightly up, you should be able to see the sky. If at any point you do not see the sky, I'm probably trolling you. At least oxygen's provided. Oxygen is available on request. Please help. Please put the oxygen mask on yourself before you move to help others. We also include, let's see here, complimentary ice for the drinks we don't have. Are we running out of air? I think we're running. Oh, maybe we're just in thin air. Makes sense. Actually, this might be the perfect opportunity for us to collect air. I may be doing this wrong. That's off. Oh well. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to flying the vessel. You gotta have a pressurized cabin. Okay, so it seems like it was mostly just ice on the way over, which is unfortunate. We're lowering for no discernible reason. I thought Hillcrest was a lot closer than we were. My bad. Hello, passengers. This is your Captain Exception. I am slightly lost. I think the big problem with the whole oxygen generation thing is that we don't have an oxygen tank on board. Which means that even if we collect oxygen, it's not being stored. No distress signal. That might be the platinum hauler, given its position. I'm gonna try and stop getting distracted. No, the ground was where I thought it was. It was decidedly below us. It's the airport that I'm confused about. Bastards, this is your captain. I can't find the runway. I think we are in the wrong town. Passengers, this is your captain. I am now going to induce some turbulence because you gotta have good turbulence on a flight. Thank goodness I have a ship good enough to do inverted flying. The old Airheads was not capable of this. Try and keep it to a minimum just to reduce. Okay, Vega has passed out, canonically. Welcome to the resting portion of our in-flight flight. We hope you enjoy it. We hope you enjoy your nap on this occasion. Buzz. Got disoriented, dizzy, and fell asleep. Yeah, that's almost certainly the Platinum Hauler. That's been there. Ooh, close approach. If the reticle's over the horizon, then we're gonna be fine. But it is spooky. And it's still snow no matter where we look. One of these days. This thing had a landing gear, which we could use to grab stuff and do a salvage mission. Or a recovery mission, I mean. Is that food? It does not look like food. Could be food over there. It's a little rocky. A little full of stone. The autopilot's mad at me. Sorry, the cruise control is mad at me. I shouldn't call it the autopilot. Passengers, this is your captain. I am hungry. If anyone has any snacks, please bring them to the cabin. Probably should have harvested the apples or the fruit. Legally generic fruit from the farm before I left to go planetside. Regardless of any misgivings about my inability to properly maintain a farm, we are now approaching Hillcrest Station. Sorry, Hillcrest Compound. Shall now be disabling cruise control. 3, 2, 1. There we go, and we now proceed with a relaxed and stable entry. I'm a little fortunate about my desires to actually find plant life. Either way. There's one thing the ship is bad at, it's docking. You know, I don't think this airport is very accommodating to an aircraft of our size. We're a little higher profile of a vehicle than I think they were expecting on the platform. All right, here we go. Hello. I think my favorite NPC that I saw from the new update was one that had the like logged off disconnected symbol above it. Somehow it made it seem like more fake, but also more real, because it made it feel more like a person by making it seem less like an in-universe character. It was awesome. They're not selling food. They're not selling food. We are in trouble. Wait, there may be hope. Where? Okay, there's usually a second room. Services is not what I want. That's empty. Right, yeah, okay, there's another airlock we need to go to. Because separate to the store terminal, there's also a vending machine. They might have plain cola or, you know, real food. Like flatbread. Or we just wait for it to refresh and hope they have it. I've been to Hillcrest before. I vaguely know my way around. Here we go. Power kit, no. Med kit, no. Datapad, no. Proficient welder, no. Okay, yeah. This is not good. We came here for the sole purpose of getting food to survive, and they have none of it. Even the toilet does not bring me, like, salvation. Huh? Oh, no, this is the entrance. Sorry, I got confused. I know I'm hungry. I have one flatbread. Big is stuck in a cryopod until we get some dang food. I think our only hope is that the things they're selling refreshes and has food in it. Next restock is in 90 seconds. While they're doing that, let's consider a contract. The acquisition, they want silver. Search contracts. Search contracts are typically what we can do, but we need to make sure that we put a magnetic plate on this ship. I'm not actually sure what I would put it. It's already struggling to be flush with the ground. Though, why do we need to dock to the ship station? Not entirely necessary. It's not like we're getting any power or anything. Mostly for looks. Salvage is also a decent option if it wasn't so absurdly far away. Again, I like to sort by price because that usually correlates with sorting by distance. Okay, yeah, 3 kilometer deviation. I don't know how far away this is. Probably not too far. We definitely do not need a fuel top up. We're fine on that. Location is space, too far. These people really assume that we're like jump drive capable. Planetary, but still absurdly far. That must be a different planet then. Possibly the moon. Oh, we just go for search contract. There's only one, and it's this one. I think we'll go for it. What? Oh, the listings must have updated. Yeah. Wait, if the listings updated, are there food? There's no food. Okay, we are approximately screwed. 17 minutes, 3 kilometers. We'll take it because we want to get some money. Wait, that's right here. We can just do that. Excellent. Okay, so food is lost to us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fly this out of the station. I'm going to build a magnetic plate using whatever scraps we have lying around. But we have to get outside of the station to do that. So let's find the thing first. That must be it. It is occurring to me that we are kind of losing some thrust. Thing I guess doesn't have much thrust, or frankly, I'm surprised that they don't consider this to be just within station range. Okay, magnetic plate. Let's put it... Let's make it... The spikes look cool. Not really worried about our weight for a mission like this. Can we push this? Yeah. Alright. We could manually push it back to Hillcrest for the next 2 kilometers, but that would be silly. Let's make a magnetic plate, and I will put it... I think down here would be good. So, like, let's say... some structural pylon here. And then magnetic plate here. We will need to ransack something on the ship to give us the construction components and steel plate required. Not too bad. It means the spikes might have to go, and it means we might have to grind down one of our engines. That's okay, we have plenty. Okay, construction components and motor. Something on the inside that... oh! The door. Easy. There we go. Little open air cockpit, never hurt anybody, except for all those times that it did. And we have it. Let's go. Very good. Okay, so... food. All this land is snowy, it's icy, there's not going to be any plant life here. Hillcrest ain't providing us any food. And I can't use the cryopod because Vega's in it. We have no choice. We have to go back to Danger Station. Well, this stinks. That was a surprising dent in our hydrogen supply. That said, I can always turn on the O2H2 generator and get some of that back. We'd lose ice, but we'd win nice. It seems entirely possible we will not make it back before I starve to death, which is bad. Hey, Vega, I have bad news. They had no food. So we're doing an emergency return to Danger Station because there was no fertile land. We need to get back. I'm starving to death. You're starving to death. We gotta grow some crop. We gotta grow some crops, and we gotta get you into the survival kit on Danger Station so that you can survive there instead of repeatedly respawning at Landslide. I may have to make like an emergency voyage over to Rockwell because I know they sell food frequently. I know I'm hungry. I am aware. I can read the hunger bar. Yeah, okay, it's probably safer if you just stay in the cryopod. You don't need to be here. Maybe I'll add a bed to the interior of this ship so I can sleep as well on the journey. True. Originally thought our placement in like the icy lands was the blessing, but now I realize it's a curse. We've been bamboozled. Not do that. Okay. No, you can't. The ads are forced upon upon you. All you can do is kind of control the ad cadence. It's an unfortunate fact of the matter. I agree. At least I've got methods to turn the pre-rolls off. And outside of that, I've just tried to space the ad segments as far away as possible, which is to say one segment every hour. Okay, we should be hitting space soon. Though maybe I'm underestimating where the atmosphere ends again. Or where gravity ends. The end of gravity. Coming soon to theaters. Getting flashbacks to the capsize from whatever SCP that was. I am on 3% food. And still very far from our goal. Vega's still in the cryopod. Actually, how am I going to get to Rockwell if Vega's in the cryopod? Oh, well, the answer is out of bed. I already answered my question. I just forgot my answer. The problem with putting ads at 1 per hour is that the ad segment itself is longer. Yeah, but you're gonna keep having 11 food points while you're in the cryopod or a bed. I guess, but that would just mean that it's draining from both of us. That doesn't solve the problem, it just makes both of us suffer it. And besides, I have 1 flat bread, so I can get my food value up to 33% at a moment's notice. So I think the best way to go about this is, Vega, I want to drop you off at Danger Base and put you on, like, permanent farming duty for a little bit. If I had, like, the full authority to delegate your actions, that's what I would do with it. You could set up a bed somewhere. You sit in the bed, and just like the cryopod, you won't lose hunger. So you farm the crops, you plant new seeds, and then you go back to sleep. And then wait. And I think that'll set you up good to survive. But also, the moment we get back to the base, we'll have a bunch of apples. Maybe we could allocate a few vegetables to the cause. We can eat some food when we get there. Or we can just tactically starve to death and then respawn at the pod. But that doesn't really help because it sets your hunger to 20. Not that much of a bonus. I'm eating the flatbread now. I've eaten the flatbread now. The gravity is at 0.6. We should be entering coast mode pretty soon. We're at 40 kilometers. You're allowed to zone out. You're kind of in a cryopod. It's kind of expected. Okay, we can now coast. I can now kind of just stand here. Got like a minute. Ship is empty except for the ice. Turn that on, maybe get some oxygen. I'm going to rebuild the door. Not like we need this for anything. I've accidentally burned myself on the engines. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, okay, the cure for running out of oxygen is to just get out of the cryopod for a second. The O2H2 generator will fill the... So you're fine in that regard. Yeah, that's because I turned on the O2H2 generator. Cleared that up for you real good. Yeah, we got air. We're aerated. Alright, welcome back to Danger Base. I hope you enjoyed your very short journey. I know that we had a layover at Hillcrest, which didn't go anywhere, but glad we could take you from landslide to danger. You are now in danger. That should be like the tagline for this station when it's like a social locale. It's like, welcome, you are now in danger. Alright, we're here. Okay, so the key to your survival is going to be a bed. First off, let's check the crop. It should be fully grown. Careful, Thega. You almost opened that door while I was opening this door. Plant, 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 plant. The vegetables are good. Okay. So, let's see our supplies here. We have 22 apple, 8 of which will be turned into plant. Let's say 8 will be turned into more seeds. And then we have 11 vegetables, 8 of which can be turned into seed. Oh, I think I have great news. We have excess food. We can make food. Not a lot, but we can make food. I'm sorry for pushing you. How's the ice going? Ice is at 18. Nectar's at 18. Chunk that full a little bit. Great. Okay, yeah. Okay, the base is good on ice. We should be able to get to a rock well and not be in trouble. Okay, so Thega, here's the basic system. You want to take out all but one of the fruits and vegetable seeds. So, like, keep one in reserve in case all the plants die. And then you just go over to a prop, press F, and then plant the seed. Seeds are in here. I want to know that you know how to do this. Yeah, that's the 8 fruit seeds out. I guess I'll handle the vegetables. Okay, and now those will grow for roughly the next half hour. The vegetables grow faster than the fruits. I don't remember the exact number, the exact speed. And then I have 14 fruit and 3 vegetables, which we can freely eat. In terms of what we can make, I think we should probably go for red pellet. They only require 1 vegetable and 2 fruit, and they fill 23%. So we can make, right now, 3 of them. It's given that we currently have a surplus of fruit compared to vegetable, I think it's our best option. Okay. Now I'm going to take 1. And then you can take one, and then we can eat. And then I'm going to go to Rockwell, so I'm going to be cryoed up. You could use a bed. I built a bed before, but I think I dismantled it. I'm going to go reassemble it. It was right here, awkwardly. Alright, yeah, I'll get the materials for a bed. Simple bed. What just... Oh! Oh! Fun fact, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. The exhaust from the hydrogen engines has been damaging the terminals here. Oops. No, that's not clang. That's exhaust. Much more lethal. Your bed will have to wait. Did it break something like in the internals? No, there's nothing in the internals to break. Okay, produce. Ooh. Oh, it could have been close. Where is the hull breaker? The hull breaker should have metal grid in it, unless I already took that out. Grid. Oh, everything inside the terminal is inaccessible because it's damaged. I see. Now the question... And that separates the survival kit from the system. Oh, okay, everything's like compoundedly bad right now. Do this. That helps. That got us the metal grid at least. Okay, yeah, funny problem. And our iron's in there as well. Okay, only some of it. Most of the iron's in the refinery, that's good. Explains why we can't pick up anything. Production... You're producing, but you're not connecting. Why? Hey, you can take it from here? Is there a connection that's broken? Oh! It's because this is the connection point! Gotcha. Okay. We're good. Thank you very much. Okay, back to that bed you wanted. And I want you to have. Bed. Okay. Let's get you your bed. Okay. When I was doing bed stuff, I just put it at like the end of the hallway. Get a nice outside view of the sky. Good morning. We're starving to death, but we've invented bed technology, so we're okay. You can feel free to move the bed to your heart's content, but yeah, see, look, you're having a nice little rest. Great. All right. I'm going to go to Rockwell and hopefully buy some food. I've got there's an emergency red pellet in the thing if something goes wrong. Plants seem to be going good. I don't think you'll need to gather more ice, but if you feel that the irrigation system, which is the thing we put the bed on, is running out of ice, then you can take the ship outside, you can see in the window, and go drill for some. I will give you the coordinates if need be. I'm going to Rockwell. And launch. Also, military munitions drone is outside, but please ignore it. We can't have another situation like last time. Okay, we are away. And it's time to sit here for like 15 minutes. So how are you all doing? Yeah, this is now a talking stream. I gotta sit here for 15 minutes. Sega's gotta sit on a bed for 15 minutes. It's a lot of waiting right now. We're in an awkward situation where our best course of action is to go into hibernation. So how's everyone else doing? I'm a little on ice right now. The HUD up a little bit just so I can kind of see. Oh, I have an idea. There's a good chance I can like observe the moon while going. A little up into the good to hear, kind of, sorta. There we go. Rockwell easily viewable from the cockpit. Well, not from the cockpit, from the cryopod. Quint has a lot more experience with fighting games than I do, though Quint has forced me to play various fighting games on occasion. Sometimes really silly ones where there's like no balance and I just find the one move that locks out any possible other thing. Though I have played a decent amount of Street Fighter 6 and like a good enough session of Guilty Gear with Quint. So I at least vaguely understand what's going on. And I've also played a video game by the name of Footsies, so I understand the notions. Footsies is actually really nice. It's really minimalistic. You got like 2 moves and there's 1 character and it's thing. Street Fighter was good for the times that I played it. I stopped playing it, but it was a good time. Mostly because Quint got really busy and we could stop playing together and it was unfortunate. I made Guile. Guilty Gear, I didn't play Guilty Gear much, but when I did, with the session or 2 with Quinn, I mained, which is to say the one that I used, I wouldn't know if it'd actually be my main in a long-term sense, but it was like I definitely don't know the names. It was like the witch with the music witch. Not to be confused with the other musicians that are less magical. The one that looks like explicitly a witch and also musical. I did the cool flip with the sound explosion. Also, there's a meteor storm inbound and I'm a little concerned. Are there meteors and are they murdering? We're about 10 minutes out from Rockwell, provided I am driving in a proper straight line at 100 meters per second. Which I am. That does sound correct. That was going to be my guess as to the name recollected in my mind, so probably yeah. I don't remember who Quint used in Guilty Gear. I think it was the one with the dolphin. But I know in Street Fighter, Quint uses the, like the ballerina dancer. And I remember that distinctly because I got really annoyed by all of the command grab. I think Lark was also involved in the Street Fighter playing party. And I think Lark mained the girl with the wind and lacrosse stick ball things in Street Fighter. I don't think Lark was part of the Guilty Gear party. But used to host some parties of fighting games with me and occasional other friends. But yeah, my fighting game of choice is Armored Core. Even if nobody will accept that it's a fighting game. Hostile signal spotted. Armored Core is definitely a fighting game. I don't know why Church doesn't believe me. So the fact that the red hostile signal was blinking in and out suggests it's a distress signal, and therefore I could probably ignore it safely. I hope. I know it may look bad right now that we're starving to death and going basically idle, trying to get to Rockwell Station from a base, but this is actually not as bad as the last time we had to do this, where we were very close to being dead. This was actually much more chill and relaxed, a lot more lenience than last time. Pretty sure we were in the single digits before. And when we went, they were only selling one flatbread. And I ate it, and then they started selling more flatbread, and I ate those too. I've never played Space Engineers in a, like, grand multiplayer server setting. I am curious how important, like, food is in the meta of territorial control and, like, resource acquisition. Space Engineers is interesting because the world has, like, plentiful resources, but they are kind of hard to find and take a lot of work to maintain. So, as much as a bunch of different people can coexist in their own section of the world, the moment they start to overlap, the resources become contested. And that pushes people into interaction through whatever scenario comes up. Sometimes that involves unified collaboration, using specialization on different people's sides to be able to, like, manage food for one person, other person manages the ores and stuff, and they can actually come together and do a good thing. Sometimes that evokes conflict. Now, a lot of times people just enjoy conflicting with each other because it's fun to do, but I also think that it's interesting that push comes to shove, tensions will rise in a very slow burn kind of way. Asteroids with known valuable ores will run dry. Uranium is a thing that you have to, like, constantly be looking for. Ice is a big concentrator of player involvement because of all the use of hydrogen for fuel and thrust and oxygen for breathing and stuff. I would love to see a space engineer server that existed for so long resources are deathly scarce. The planets have been stripped clean of their resources. It's just stone, and they're getting smaller all the time. Asteroids have been wiped from existence, and wars are breaking out for any that have resources remaining. My nostalgia for a game that doesn't exist. OX10C. Okay, we're getting close to Rockwell. About 4 minutes out. I should start preparing ourselves for our arrival. Step one of that is angling the ship towards our destination. And it's not just going to be we go there, get the food, and get out. I'll probably do some jobs. Though I must say that search missions in space are much harder than they are on the ground. No, I made 3. I took 1. I let you have 1. I left a 3rd in the container. I have my food ration right here. Red pellets. I left you 2. So that's yours. Yeah, no worries. Three minutes out. Before the 3-minute timer is up, we should go into control seat and start slowing down. Or at least adjusting our aim. Actually, I can do that already. Let's point ourselves directly at Rockwell, most accurate we possibly can. The ship has good deceleration, so I'm not too worried. And it looks like we want to thrust up ever so slightly. That's good to hear. Pushed it a little off course. That looks just about right. Okay. Back in here, about 2 minutes remaining. Another way to do that system where the resources become scarce immediately is to just make it so that maybe the planets don't exist or there's only Earth-like, and there are much fewer asteroids. Or perhaps, I think more interestingly, the asteroids are concentrated closer to Earth-like. And then there's, like, none far out. And then you have sort of like a long-term starved survival situation. Where the objective is to just survive as long as possible. Alongside a bunch of other people trying to survive as long as possible. I'm interested. good number of people will set up factions early on, use their like distributed manpower for a lot of the early menial tasks of like physically drilling and stuff. They'll have pretty good domination at the start, but then there will be possibly instances of internal sabotage and then things will start to fracture. Well, there's Rockwell. In for a good approach. Can't actually see where the orientation, but I think we're above it. Those are the landing platforms. Are good. We are in. We have plenty of fuel for general use, so I'm just going to deactivate the ship and walk out. I left the door open. Oops. Oh well, anyway, point is here, we're here. I am too hungry to run. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Oh, would you look at that? A few more have joined the party. Welcome to AFK Fest. Oh. Nice. Okay, you're no longer AFK, you're just sitting on a chair. You're AFK. And you're also falling. Oh, no, you're good. Okay, cool, great, cool. Hi. I don't know what this hand gesture is supposed to represent, but okay, you appear to be performing, what is this, semaphore? I'm sorry, I don't know semaphore that well. I'm better with like Morse code. And even then I'm not very good at it. Okay, yeah, you all right, anyway, back to the objective. Next restock in 6 minutes. Food. Fruit pastry! Give me that. Excellent. We are now fooded. I don't think so, because we have more vegetables. Well, we have more fruit than we do vegetables. That might not be true anymore. You feel free to make whatever food you think is appropriate. You're in charge of the farm right now. Okay, yeah, so no more flatbread. Fruit pastry has also been sold out. They're selling zone chips. Hi, I know this is a little bit of a tight hallway. Okay, we can go through here. Great. They're very accommodating. Okay, so now that we're here, now that we have a decent foundation of food, let's check the contracts. What do we got? Bounty contract, hauling contract. Cargo container must be delivered intact to the drops. Ooh, this is okay. We can't be doing things that far. Oh, there are ones with reputation requirements. Interesting. Anything simple, search contract, yeah. I'm a little worried because the last time we tried to do a space search contract, we failed. Like, miserably. What else do they have in the store? We currently have 972,000. That's enough for a hydrogen-powered sapper, a snub ship, and the bare minimum is just enough for the job. The Jackdaw is a salvaging vessel. I guess it's similar to the Hullbreaker. Kind of miss my mini merchant. Ooh. Gas generators, ice into fuel, all the basic refineries, advanced fuels to process the ore, pressurized living space to support the engineer for long duration missions. So it's a self-sustaining mine ship. Interesting. Narrow frame freighter. I mean, this is all a bunch of stuff I cannot possibly afford. So... I mean, I got some food. Do I just go back? I could wait for the refresh. View of everything. Is it taken? Look like it. I'm a little uncertain. I'm hesitant to go take the 15-minute journey back immediately. But... can you, like, stop being... you are? What if I get you onto a different surface? I see that you've adopted a slightly different semaphore signal. I have an idea. This is a terrible plan, but it might knock them out of their... Okay. Hi. So the plan is I want to get them to, like, fall off the thing. Like, there's, like, a ramp down as we go down. It should hopefully get them to... Jetpack isn't on. You kind of see where I'm going with this. Like, maybe we can get them off those stairs, and then they'll fall, not being touching the ground. And I don't know what he's pointing to. Just trying to get this to work. Okay, that didn't work. New option. If we can get this person clear of the gravity well... Ah! Now the jetpack is on! Confirmed. Now with the jetpack on, we can push that way. Push back. And I guess they just really want the jetpack on. But now it looks like they're supposed to be doing what they're doing. We do this again, and the jetpack is on. And that's an improvement. That's an improvement in my mind. This at least makes more sense. I'm helping. I'm helping. I mean, I guess you could stay there. You're going to be in a gravity well, so eventually your jetpack theoretically will run out of hydrogen and you'll just land and then you'll hopefully be normal again. As for me... should get cooler airlocks. I'm hungry. Yeah, I wonder how I could possibly solve this dilemma, huh? You know what, fine, I'll eat one of my 2 fruit pastries. Ooh, fill value 40. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna do a search contract. Okay, duration 36 minutes, maximum GPS deviation 3 kilometers. Go. Let's do it. Now, we know how we did it last time. Time for the sequel. It does mean I'm going to have to reconstruct the magnetic plate. Or I could just push it. You're not allowed to construct while in the bubble. Okay, search area is 10 kilometers scenic that way. Let's just get up to speed, and now I have, like, a little over a minute to finish this project. That here or so. We just need a motor from a motor source. I guess I'll take it out of the door again. Everything else is kind of important. I'll take it out of the door again. Okay, about a minute out. I don't remember if they were selling motors at the station. Motors do inevitably sort of end up being a specialist item. Okay, search area. We know the maximum deep. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my goodness, we got extremely lucky. That is a major relief, considering how much I embarrassingly failed the last mission. The fact that this one's going off without a hitch is great. Okay, let's turn ourselves around. Part of the reason I'm doing this mission is to pass the time while we wait for the door to refresh and maybe have more food. And we have contact. Okay, back to station. A resounding success. Man, we got a minute. Real good stuff, real good stuff. Honestly, I'm not even sure if we've passed enough time. If the station's selling motors, I will buy one, so that we can have the magnetic plate as a more permanent fixture. It's coming in handy. And this is turning into my main traversal ship. Oh, I should, yeah. Almost forgot the part where I have to pay attention to how I'm returning. Good, very good. Power down the ship, save on power. Down the ship. Hey, buddy. Buddy's gone! We did it! We've won! The jetpack ran out, they landed, and probably walking around the place. Yeah, okay. Sure. Big party on the desk. Big table party. Okay, they got more fruit pastries. Great. Contract complete. Fantastic. Ooh, this is compelling. Wait. Check for motors. This place doesn't really sell parts, they sell ships. With the occasional roadside snack. But I'm looking at salvage and I'm thinking we could make some work out of that. There might be a motor on the ship. So this isn't a very difficult salvage project, but that's part of why I want to do it. So, 21 kilometers away in space, there is some smuggled goods that they want retrieved. Also, 24 kilometers away is research materials. I would like to do both of these. They're very low on actual value, but we can take whatever we find on the ship and salvage it ourselves. And then maybe come back here and sell it. Pretty sure I did that with a ship that was close to the Wayfinder in visual appearance, though not as piratey. I have no real opinion one way or the other. Let's go for the research materials because it feels a little bit above board. Less likely for it to be, you know, booby-trapped with traps. Alright, let's do this. We are on. Research materials, launch. So we're about 3 minutes out. Maybe I should be cryoing just to save on what little food I have. I know I'm getting meals and stuff, but it's always a concern. If we could use the magnetic plate to drag this ship back, we could salvage the whole thing. We could get a quote. That'd be nice. I definitely feel like a professional player of this game will just be extremely industrial powerhousey about themselves and build everything, have machines that build everything, and just dominate everything without having to touch the economy system at all. But I do think that the improved economy system is very helpful for an amateur to help keep things running. Certainly given me a few good ship designs that I can just sort of rely on and modify as needed, which is very much the design philosophy they wanted. Seconds. Is nice. All right, a minute out. What do we expect to find? I expect to find a shipwreck of some sort. Perhaps not that surprising. We don't have much cargo, do we? 15,000 liters. Pretty good. The insect connector can also hold some, so we can salvage quite a bit from the ship, though I'd much prefer to just haul the whole thing, if feasible. This might be a station, though, and that changes the equation. We could convert it to a ship, maybe. 20 seconds, I'm starting to see it. Let's go to manual. Radar is detecting it as neutral, which makes sense. It's derelict. Okay, so it's a large grid, small ship, similar to my own. Oh, it's probably one of the, like, that... I think they were selling this ship. It's the, like, self-sustaining mining ship. Interesting. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah, not very large. Doesn't have an interior. Access denied. Let's get to work. I mean, ideally, first thing we should do is fix the gyro, but this is easy enough. It's got a bunch of iron and cobalt on board. We could use both of those. Let's see here. What else? What else? You are probably not long for this world. Easier to get rid of you and find the cargo interior. There was no cargo interior. Usually those drop a temporary container, but I guess that one was empty. Nothing else? There has to be more. Sci-fi hydrant. Oh, there's a cargo container over here. Tricky, well hidden. Not what I was going for. Lights. Hidden behind this plate. There you are. Nickel and scrap. Can we assume this is symmetric? I think we can. There it is. We got what we came for. What do we do with the rest of it? I want to bring it with us. Excuse me, what? Huh? Okay, we're being interdicted. Those are probably the scumbags who attacked this ship. Interesting. You.
Inventory full.
Care about the inventory. I just want to turn off override. I worry that this ship is going to resist us with its dampeners if we try and move it. That's not going to stop me from trying. Because that one looks off or destroyed. Well, damaged. We want to be careful. I don't want my exhaust to damage this ship. It's damaged enough as is. I don't want it to break entirely. Okay, we have connection. The question is it resisting? It is, but only backwards. Which means if we move forward, we should be fine. Okay, we can coast like this. I am dodging that pirate beacon. Great, we should be able to take this ship back. We'll be able to... I want to get the ore off the ship and into my ship, and then I'll salvage, scrap this one for money. Pirate beacon, please stop what you are doing. Please go away. I don't want to deal with you. Let's hope we don't run into any trouble on the way back. Here's a funny idea. I can use the other ship to dampen. gotten around the beacon. Let's just align our velocity to the actual station. That's good. Classic slowdown when we get there, and all is well. Hey, Thagan, welcome back from ads. I went to the salvage site. I got a research module. I'm stealing this ship. There was a pirate beacon broadcasting a position, which I sort of just flew around, did not want to deal with it. I assume the pirates are the ones who destroyed this ship, and is why they were still in the area. But now we're at a good situation where we're going to fly it down to Rockwell. I'm going to deposit the ore from the ship into my ship, and then I'm going to donate the ship itself to the station for big money. I should make sure to get a motor off of this ship before I do that. I'm sorry about that. Whoa. Okay, the pirate beacon is still there. I'm gonna keep ignoring it. I think it would be cool to have the resources and, like, expanse that some of the factions do here. Like, if I were a pirate and I could put beacons in places and detect when other players came nearby them with, like, a relay of laser antennas, and then I can send in a swarm to ambush them upon detection, that'd be cool. But that's a much later into the game type of situation, and also requires other players, probably. Both in the sense that I need players to, like, plot against, but also I would probably want a team to help manage this. Well, Rockwell's shield is visible. So slowing down, we're a bit more mass involved. Can't exactly tell which way is up. Coming in at a bit of an awkward angle. Oh, there's the platform. I see the lights. Question solved, but are we on the underside of it? No, we're not. It's just nighttime. Okay. We're going to do these things in order. Step 1. I'm going to deliver the actual research components, which is the important part of the contract. Then I'm going to ferry over by hand the materials in the ship from that ship to my ship. I would like to finish the contract from the character inventory. Great. Now, let's go utilize those ores. Oh, looks like we have a team of people who want to leave right now. There we go. So for this, I'm just going to have to repeatedly dump my inventory. There you go. Oh, right. Motor. Motor above all else. First the motor. There's no motors in a hydrogen thruster. That's disappointing. This just doesn't have motors in it because it's damaged. You have motors in it. Yes, you do. Where's the drill? The drill should have a motor. Drill is too broken to have a motor. What about you? Hydrogen engine. Motor compatible. You! Rotating light. Oh, right, we're in a safe zone. We have to leave the safe zone. Bit of a technicality. We are operating in civilization, which means we are operating under the legal constraints of civilization. Can't even, like, magnetic plate it? Unfortunately, it's not perfectly dampening, so we can just follow it as it drifts out of the bubble. Kind of funny. There we go. My orientation mixed up because I keep trying to think that I'm trying to descend on it instead of back up into it. There we go. Dampen that. Okay. Let's get that rotating light. Okay, we are now the proud owner of a permanent door again. We're a little low on steel plate, but that's mostly for armor, and we're not in combat right now. Okay, as for the ship. A lot of work to be done to actually have this ship be considered mine. I can claim the grid. I've now claimed it. More important is the materials inside. Cobalt is highly desirable. Silicon, not so much, but I'll take it anyway. We can put this under our control, at the very least. Oh, nope, did not hack it. I suppose you could. That looks to have disabled all the hydrogen engines. That's good for our continued operation. I've claimed the grid. I don't have full control over the grid. Hello. You are nothing. Okay, incomplete, incomplete. There is a small cargo container that we completely missed. That's access denied. Where is it? This one? No. Cap off of it, at least. You are iron and cobalt. Both very desirable. It's nickel and scrap. You. Oh no, this is a drill. My mistake.
Inventory full.
Oh, perfect. Oh, not perfect at all. I think the cobalt was the big ticket item though, because I don't remember if we had a cobalt source. sector. There's still a small cargo container not known to me. It must be pretty deeply embedded in the interior. Maybe it's behind this plate? Could be. Yep. There's our target. Magnesium and more cobalt. And more scrap. I'll take the scrap. It's technically iron. As far as anyone concerned. What is this? Oh, it's the engine, of course. Sorry, it looks like a no. It looks like a container with its like corrugated edges and all that. So as far as I understand it, we have emptied the ship. It is now simply a shell, and I believe we have control over all of it. Everything is either incomplete or mine. So hidden, just in case. Yep, I think the ship is decidedly mine. Which means we should have full authority to get this thing scrapped. And it will no longer be resisting. A piece of it has fallen off. Normally this would be irrelevant to anything we're doing, but I would like to not pollute. There it is. Got some distance fast. There we go. Back to the ship. You need to be careful. The ship doesn't have a beacon on it. Okay. In the seat. Hillcrest is over there. There's Rockwell. Ooh, nice little interior structure. It's like some interior greeble. I like it. Alright. Detach you. You to a nice parking spot. Okay. Having done all this, we should now be able to go into services for salvage services, salvage target, generate a quote. Very good, very good. Number of blocks 47. Total offer 296,650. I accept. I am hungry. How do you do, airlock crew? Let's see if there's something on the menu. You're swimming with the fishes, are you? Great. You've been AFK in the bathroom since the previous stream. Did the contract. Sure. Food, 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 food. More fruit pastries. Yes, please. Excellent. Now we have 1442 money, which means we can buy up to the twin rail drone. I'm not really interested though. I'm sure it's a great product. High railgun death drone seems nice. However, we're not really in a combat mode right now. Maybe we want to have our combat covered, but I mostly want it defensively. A railgun drone isn't really a defensive option. It's a first strike option. And everything below this, I think, are just too small to matter meaningfully. I'll buy a welder and another welder for Thega. We did lose a lot of welders due to the tragic deaths of everybody involved. But I think I gotta save up to like 8 or 9 digit numbers if I want like a real big ship. Interplanetary exploration. Exciting stuff. I'm going to eat my red pellet reserve. And I think I'm gonna go. We've done enough at Rockwell. We've got a lot of food. Theg has been managing the farm. I think we're in a decent position. We found cobalt accidentally. It was like a side mission. We did it. So it's time to take a 15-minute long journey. All right, the ship's off. You're ready to go, but there's no oxygen. O2H2 generator, can you pulse yourselves temporarily? Thanks. All right. Away from station. Maybe we'll find some interesting things to go to on the way back. Target is locked. Hello, Lark. How are you? We are lined up in 3, 2, 1, go. Why are you insane right now? All right, we are away. Take a break in here as you regale us a story. We have 15 minutes where we're not doing anything. Do share. Right. Okay, let me give some background here, just in case people aren't aware. You may notice that chat right now in the top left corner of your screen is just a gray rectangle. That's not usually the case. Usually it's a big, colorful grid of pixels that you can color, kind of like Our Place from Reddit. But when I moved to Linux, I was not able to port over it conveniently because there was a lot of different parts and they were all communicating awkwardly, and I thought I would take the opportunity to swip it over to a web running source now that we have the website and a dedicated server for it. So I got Lark to help make it, which is to say, make it. And I guess there's problems. Back to you. Ooh. That's very exciting. The dramatic space music combined with, oh, you're here to test the redeems. Did you turn those on while I was not looking? Interesting. Did it work? What do you mean, not sure? It's either like a pixel changed or it didn't, I would think. Well, I guess either way, you can feel free to continually do these tests and regale us with the progress. If at any point you want me to, like, put it on the screen for, like, live visual testing, I can do that. Because it's a web source, it's supposed to be easily transferable like that. And then we can spend the journey back to Danger Base seeing the results. Though maybe you're currently in the, like, plugging in the redeems portion. And so maybe you don't have it connected to actually causing a visual. Oh, that's good. most of my panic over not having motors was from the fact that I couldn't access my motor supply several kilometers away from the base. But motors are a specialist item that requires more than simply iron to make. That's always good to have. Unfortunate. Feel free to keep working at it. Feel free to take your time. We got 10 minutes of just casual space traversal. Hey, got a nice little room here. We can just look out at the stars. I could, maybe, if I wanted to, swapped over more of the roof to cool glass so that we could see more out of the cryo room. The server to look at it is working, but it's not getting the signals from Twitch. That's annoying. Vega just redeemed burst noise for no reason. Do you think it's because the server isn't, like, subscribed to Twitch, so Twitch doesn't know to send it there? I don't exactly remember the Twitch web socket shenanigans. Yeah, webhook. Are you hooking? Or I guess more accurately, is the hook hooking successfully? I wish I could help more. I know I'm like computer virus man McGee, but as far as my actual interests go, it was always more towards the pure computer science. I mean, apparently not, considering it's not getting the things from Twitch. You're wondering what exactly I'm up to. I'm just sort of wandering around the ship, but also I saw a distress signal for a pirate vessel. But I'm wondering if there's going to be a distress signal for a non-pirate vessel. That one I'd be willing to explore as a detour. Pirate vessel, I am too scared. It will shoot me, and I will be shot at. Bit of a lag spike there. I wonder if that could be a distress signal ship spawning in. There was one! There was one. There totally was one. That quick. I saw it. It was real. It's real. Be on the lookout. It's there. Somewhere in the space of space, it's there. Casual. That's an asteroid spawning in. Where are you? You. Kilometers out. Also 11 kilometers out is this pirate distress signal. Do you think maybe these two ships got into a fight both lost and have been drifting apart ever since and are now a few kilometers away from each other, both sending out distress signals. I think that'd be funny. There is a big grid inset small connector. I used it on the landslide base in order to connect the mining ship. So it's a real block. I wonder where the ship is. I've been distracted by communications, and I don't know if I've missed a blip. You! We found it! What are you? Oh. Some kind of solar power based sailor type deal. Big enough to have an interior. Let's explore. All right. So, ion-powered ships, got solar panels, a bunch of small... This is a small grid ship, makes sense. Cargo containers here, ion on the outside, there's a door, there's a corpse. The door is ajar. I think I got enough to, like, hack this. Another burst noise was deployed by Lark. Let's hope that results in a success of some kind. Back door. Can't die. Well, I'm ignoring that. And now I'm inside. Hello, corpse. How are you doing? Oxygen bottle and maneuver. I've gotten out of stickier situations than this. Get the crew together. I'm ready to impress them. Well, you've certainly made an impression, I must say. The command seat's here. I don't have enough to control it. This vessel is really not designed to be maneuvered with a jetpack on. Console module, you're broken. The ship is in pieces. Also, I don't even know if you had a crew. This feels like a one-person vessel. Get me out of here. Okay. Well, aside from all of the incidental damage that the ship is experiencing, it's in pretty good condition. Hey, hello. Welcome. You're just in time to see me rescue a stranded vehicle. Bring it back to a healthy, happier home. Meanwhile, Lark is separately attempting to make some cool stuff happen. Good thing I got this magnetic plate installed. There we are. We are attached. So the interior is planking around a little bit. Probably the corpse of the pilot. Unfortunate. Rockwell's 50 kilometers away. Danger Base is... Where is Danger Base? Danger Station is 40 kilometers. We're at the midpoint of the two stations. I could either go to Rockwell and try to get this thing repaired, or I can try to go to Danger Station and just drop it off. I think I'm gonna go to Danger Station. Just send it home. Now I'm noticing an inconvenience. That is that the ship is rotating. I think the gyroscopes are on override right now. Yep, I can see overriding gyro right now. That should solve the problem. I say, it not solving the problem. That must mean there are more gyroscopes on the ship, perhaps. Or it was just coasting. Let's check the heading in here. Do I have 4 thruster components? No. But there might be some on the ship I'm bringing back. So, yeah, this thing's got some. You have an emotional opinion about it. Alright, heading is good. Sit in the cryo as we relax. It's going to take us about another 5 minutes to arrive. Following after that detour, how's everybody doing? But also, hi Genotad, I don't think we've ever properly had like a major conversation, considering most of the times we've been here is for the tunic. So we've only been able to talk at the ends of streams. But now we're in the middle of one. Not much is going on though. It's a lot of traversal from one location to another. A lot of exhaust coming out from the broken ship. It's a good time. There have been updates. There's like survival now. Oh, yeah, real long time. Planets are real. Bunch of new stuff. They've recently added survival and revamped economy for stations. This is a ship I stole, and I'm hauling back a ship I found. Oof. As far as current goings on, we're in a little bit of a food crisis. We don't have much food and we keep starving to death. I've been having to go back and forth to stations to buy food they're selling in order to survive as we slowly grow out some agriculture. Vega's been in charge of the agriculture back at Danger Station. Meanwhile, I've been doing odd jobs and going to grocery stores. Hopefully space engineers will make your computer die less, either because you have a stronger computer or because of improved optimizations made to the game. And I have to imagine it's been slightly better optimized, because I am playing this on Linux right now. Cool window. Ice supplies are reasonably okay. How are the ice supplies at Danger Base? Is the irrigation system still full of ice? Because if we run out of water, those plants are dead. Our heading is drifted. I think that's just a clang situation. I'm a bit not used to calling physics jank Clang because my home base is Kerbal Space Program, and we call it the Kraken there. But I'm trying to adapt to the local lingo best I can. What happened? Mushroom! Oh, Vega, we are in business. A new dimension of food has been unlocked. We have to expand the greenhouse. This is great. I'm about 2 minutes out. Once we get there, we'll harvest all the crops that are there currently, and we'll build a second, like we'll build more greenhouse. I'm excited to see the food supply. Also, I think you'll like the new ship that I'm bringing. It's a little dead, but with a bit of work, we could turn it into something cool. Out. Yeah, gyros are not happy with the lopsided mass. Lark has fired off another burst noise. No, if we're going to extend the greenhouse, you should hold off for a second. I'll be right there. We can start scheming. It works! Excels is back! Whoa, overshot it a little bit. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna put the new ship kind of close, like I'm gonna put them near the solar panel entrance. Not too close, but... Whoa! Huh? Stop! Okay, so it appears that the turret did not like our new friend. Personally, I didn't expect that to be a problem. Oi. I have to adjust our settings for that kind of thing. Let's leave the ship attached. Can you send me, if it's working, can you send me the link for it so I can put it on the stream for the fun of it? Oh, you did send it to me. Oh, great. Excellent. I am hungry. I will eat a fruit pastry. So I'm looking at it and I already have complaints. But you know what? This is not an official use of it. We'll just let it happen. What are the dimensions of this here? I mean, I could just inspect element. I suppose I can just look at it. It's... Well, the actual canvas appears to be 1,000 by 300, which makes sense. But then there's like a margin. Oh yeah, no, it's 1,000 by 304. So if I put that to 300, there's that. Then the body has a margin of 8. And we want that to be a margin of 0. $1,300, 1,300. We are clear. Okay. Might have to edit that on my side of things. Okay. Understandable. I mean, the only CSS I would need right now is to remove the margin on the body. If that's something you can do extremely quickly. Meanwhile, I am going to just add the... there you go. Yeah, enjoy your new ship. I am forced to multitask forever. Yeah, I'm just gonna go inside to the greenhouse, because it's nice and pretty in there. Okay, these are about to finish in like a few seconds. Irrigation system's plenty of ice, we don't have to worry. Okay, I'm gonna go look at Excel. I apologize for no sense of fast.
Meteor storm inbound.
Okay, well I can... This is bootleg anyway, it doesn't matter. You're about to see a bunch of immersion breaking stuff here. Add a browser. Okay, so this should be 1,000 by 300. Oh, great! Custom CSS already turns off the margin for me. That's so kind of it. Now, is it working? It is working. Okay, we have it. I can't perfectly align it to chat right now, so I'm just gonna put it awkwardly behind chat and call it good enough at like a really awkward and incorrect size. Then I'll add a filter to make it like a little transparent. There, so. Okay, we now have bootleg Excels online. See how that goes. If anyone feels like trying it out, you can try it out. Burst noise has been activated. I did. Oh, I'm seeing changes. I'm seeing changes. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Excel through. How's our food? Ooh. We got chili. Yeah, that's some good chili. Oh, and the mushroom spores. Okay, so long-term operation. My thought is we separate this from these 8 to like have a gap here. 1, 2, 3, space 1, 2, 3. And then we continue tiling that way. So I am now going to depressurize the room. We are going to expand it that way. So if we have 16 right now, let's say we want to go up to 24. That would be 6 segments of 3, well, 4 segments of 3 each. Okay. So, gap 1, 1, 1, gap 1, 1, 1. The gap. We could extend it that way as... Can we extend it that way as well? It's gonna be tight. The hydrogen engine might be in the way. Yeah, it's definitely in the way. We have to expand that way. Okay. Okay, the greenhouse has been depressurized. The door is open. There are no plants being grown. Vega has disappeared. Probably working on the ship. I can hear Thega's ship back. We're good. Okay, so not going to worry too much about the actual resources involved. I am simply going to just make this room wider. I could use that. I'm going to use that. Hello. Do I care about... We can pick up some rock while we're doing this. I'm more worried about accidentally damaging the greenhouse, but it's just steel right now on this wall. The base isn't really pressurized at all, so this should be fine. We can add in a dedicated, like, second doorway over here if we wanted. I may want to. Okay, so priority is line up here. Start digging. Oh yeah, this is gonna be easy. And just like that, a lovely house extension. We're gonna need a lot of steel for this. That is true. Congratulations. That's okay. In fact, it's additionally okay because I brought materials back with me. Let me just put them away. I warn that your small ship might be in the way of me parking. Can you temporarily undock your small vessel? I know my ship is kind of freakishly huge. And, like, theoretically I could fit, but the exhaust of my hydrogen engine would turn your ship into cheese. There we go. Okay, so all of that ore should be going into the refinery. That should be good. Now we just need to produce a lot of steel. Oh, I now understand why you wanted those thruster components. Yeah, we don't have gold. I think we used to have platinum, but we don't have platinum anymore. Survival kit is not connected? Hmm? How's it not connected? It's right here. Strange. Anyway. Interior plate. Got some of those. Not enough to finish construction, but enough to put. Oh, this presents a problem. Let's get production moving. Meanwhile, plenty for now. So we're evolving to a room with 4 chambers. We could still do the 3x8 temporarily. I wanted to go to 4x6, but maybe 3x8 is good enough. It might be good enough. Okay. Yeah, let's temper my plans here. That means all we need to do now is make a bunch of conveyors going this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And build them up. Construction. Maybe I swap over the drills on this back to welders, but it's still inside an asteroid. It's going to be a tight fit. And the actual components are not very complicated. I'm willing to just do it myself. Off by one. I guess the assembler's still assembling. Aside from the motors, I think this is mostly just pure steel. Oh wait, I have new welders. I should be using that instead. There we go. Cooler welder. I think it would be nice if there were adaptive tools for space engineers, such that we could have the same hotkey, and when selecting it, would just pick the best welder in your inventory. I think that would be nice. At least here. Oh, these are in the armory. We have an armory? The tank up here. This tank. Oh, you don't have a bottle. Pardon the ship.
Energy low.
In. Okay. All right. You good? You good? Splendid work. Where the... Okay. You disappeared for a say hi. Oh, we did it. We saved you. Yeah, okay. Get yourself a bottle immediately. That's the important thing for this base, I guess. Okay, so back to the farm. We have almost everything. This comes down to the tubes. There we are. Now the rest of this should be, I mean, aside from the plot itself, mostly just steel. Just a bunch of steel. I go to the production thingy and just produce like several hundred steel. What's the refinery doing, I wonder? No. Refinery's working on that cobalt. I would like it to work on that iron. Oh, we have silver. I think we had silver. Work on that scrap metal. We've worked on the scrap metal. Good silicon. We were running out of cobalt. That's important for the metal grids. A few in reserve. And I work on the silicon now, which is fine. Maybe the nickel is just a nice, simple, easy option. Meanwhile, the iron is being funneled off to parts unknown. There's more iron to be processed. Everything seems to be running pretty good. We have a decent amount of chili. It's important that we get this... Oh, hey, Thega, there's a solar barge 9 kilometers below us. I can already see you looking at it. Good luck. Good luck. I'm working on just building out the floor of this place right now, so there's no real Got no real urgencies. Good luck, but also be careful, but also good luck.
Energy low.
Oh, right, you wanted those for a reason. Have you tried the shelf? That's not. That's not. Nope. 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 Huh. I think your best odds would be to extract them from the new ship. The one that you've been de-smoking. That has iron thrusters on it. Oh. Ha. Ah. Yep, the time is for steel. Take steel. Place it. I can make about 10 steel light armor blocks before running out. What do we do about the roof? Roof's kind of intended to be stylized in a particular way, and now we can't. Also, we could. Oh, silly me. We're gonna be putting this entire wall out. That is good. It makes things easier. Gives me my source of steel. Full use of her. Good. Weird lag there. I'm out. More steel. Excellent. So, the roof. I think I'm gonna redesign the roof. I'm gonna take this sort of like double slant and I'm gonna rip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It's not gonna repeat perfectly. Maybe it doesn't have to.
Energy low. Inventory full.
So here's the idea. It's just going to be, in its entirety, these. In this orientation, repeatedly, along the whole thing. Why? I don't know. It might look cool. Do I get energy by sleeping in bed? Yes. Kind of cutting the line between the notions of energy here. Between like electrical energy of the suit and just physical energy of the body. The idea is... Congratulations. Keep me posted. I'm excited to see how this goes. I don't think it actually looks that good. Oh well, at least it's expandable. Let's keep it going. At this point, I'm just going to do it in these individual strips, because once we get to the interior, it can just all be done via standing inside and looking up. This one's going to be a pain. To mine my way through. Okay, I already did that one. Now we just... Yeah, it'll do that. Oh, that's freestanding. We gotta get back inside, walk all the way around, and start welding from here.
Energy low.
Did I already do the middle? I did. Okay, so these just have to be turned around. Still need more steel than I have. Not much, though. Fruit pastry. This. Now it's just a matter of welding. So first it's a matter of sleeping. Not awake. Well then. Well then. More steel. Need to produce more steel. Consolidate some of these a bit. Sometimes I wish it would do more to just consolidate all the similar components in one area. Parachute canvas. I assume that's from some unknown signals that have happened. Take some of those, get to work. Eat. More. So, now that Thig has done a bit of work making this thing not on fire, how is this ship looking? Front's looking nice. Cool beacon, cool ore detector. We've lost some of the angled solar panels thanks to my dang turret, and unfortunately I do not have the DLC to make more. Which means that this ship is now going to inevitably be uglier. It's a shame. Batteries down here we could repair and make our own. Survival kit, yeah, this is like a one person's long duration, long traveler. Complete with kitchen. The oven! It opens! I'm in the way of it opening more. Oh no, that might just be how open it gets. Makes sense. First aid cabinet. With an anti-radiation medkit, that might be useful. Buttons here, probably controlled stuff. The cockpit's gone. Still cool, though. Should have stalled for enough time for more steel to be made. Indeed. As much as I was hoping. There, though. We're out. Get more. Really? 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 Okay, problem I fix. The ship is still very full of ice. I think I want to drop that off before we get the iron. The iron's not going anywhere. But also, we're not going anywhere fast. Good. We out. Much better. Let's get that iron. Figure you've been quiet for a bit. What's going on with you and the vessel that I no longer see on radar? Okay. Very excited to see the results. Glad to know it's still going okay. Okay, so long-term iron supplies are in a little bit of a bad spot. Mostly because we need a lot of steel for everything we're doing. So, once again, a desire for a bigger, bulkier, more capable mining ship is apparent. Meanwhile, I sit here and be not exactly certain where the iron ore is, because I don't have an ore detector on this ship. Which means if I ever want to detect any of the dang ore, I'm gonna have to do it by holding a drill in my hands and walking around the surface. Where are they hiding it? I'm not in a rush this time, so it's okay if it takes a minute. The unidentified signal's about to expire. Self chose to put the signal here-ish. Why? Could be because that's where I detected both things, but I can't detect them now because this drill does not have as good a range. I think I'm gonna have to dig blindly for a bit. Ore detector. Real bad. If I burrow deep into the rock, I might be able to find, or at least be able to get my drill closer to where the iron is. It's not like a disastrous problem, it's just kind of embarrassing. Oh, we've reached the surface a little bit over here. Is there any deposit I could just see on the outside of the asteroid? Just like some red dot? No. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, that's just our signal. Sorry, it's orange like the ore signals. I got excited. It is not possible that the ore has disappeared. Whoa, 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 whoa. Aha! Right there. Okay, we have a way forward. It's a way backwards. Now, truthfully, I've lost sight of it, but we know it's in the shadow. sure we can find it again. You have control. Splendid. I'll find this iron deposit, mine it for all it's worth, and then get back to you. There it is. I'm excited to see what you found. I know it called itself like a solar barge, but I don't really have a sense of what that looked like. You do, because you've been there. Yes, the mineral. Okay, we're full. Fortunately, ice and iron apparently have a similar density. Looking for radar. I see danger station, gravity generator, danger base, respawn pod, Hillcrest. I guess it's just not close enough to me yet. En route. How far out are you? Okay, well that would explain it. You're as far away as Rockwell. I'm pretty sure radar antennas only have a maximum distance of like 20-ish kilometers or so. Anything farther, you're going to need laser antennas or a GPS coordinate. So it's going to take you like 15 to 20 minutes to get back. Is it just because the ship had been like flying away that whole time? Probably. Makes sense. Makes sense for a solar barge. It probably does not accelerate very good. Meanwhile, I'm coasting at a comfortable 35.93 meters per second, 4.5 kilometers out from danger base. It's gonna take some time. I guess I can go on an assumption of roughly 1584672. Given the positioning of your... Oh, that might have been the period at the end instead. Possibly. So, that'd be 158 tons. It's honestly only twice the... Oh, you want to correct your number a little bit there. Like, is there a digit missing, or is that just... It's 158 metric tons. Yeah, 0.2, okay. So that means it's only slightly heavier. I mean, it's like... I'm going to use some very, very approximate math. It's about half... No. Oh, again? You're just going to catch it when it comes back here? Is there like an O2 tank on board somewhere you can just like inhale from? That's... Okay. Oh, it's like an automated ship. Huh. Well, it's a barge, so that makes sense. This is a silly problem. Okay, dampening, there's the access point. I mean, I'm not going to do more than the dampers already are. Just that our acceleration is abysmal. Roll back. That's our yaw. That's a roll. We are locked. Our iron problem should be solved temporarily.
Meteor storm inbound.
Oh, that is not what I want to hear the moment I get back to base. More steel for me? You do have more steel for me. Great. Let's see here. Okay, remaining fixtures of this is we want to remove that. We want to get the paneling back. Extend the windows. I'll face left. Girder. Weird omission by the designers, but okay. Why'd I do that? Gert? Grr. Get a nice flat window here. And here. Very good. Now it's just the plot, which we need 8. I think the first component is interior plate, yes. Interior plate. Down to here, farm. That's a bed. Not a farm plot. Those are different things in case you were curious about how that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Build planner is empty. Condolences. Just do what you can. No cryopod on board. Do you have enough to, like, bootleg a bed? Probably not. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Refinery is stuck doing nickel? No, do iron. There we go, that's production. Whoa! Thega, there's an active, very real, very dangerous pirate vessel 12 kilometers out. Space pirate Vulture. I'm officially scared. The good news is that, given its distance, it appears to be moving away from us, so it hasn't spotted us. It's just nearby. It's just in the neighborhood. Got my worries. Okay, 35 kilometers. That's pretty good. Do you know if that antenna is on, and do you know what its max broadcast setting is? If you can antenna it. Oh, okay, no antenna. Alright, that's plot. Okay, we can now farm again. So, just to make sure we are in maximum farming capability. Depressurize is no longer off. We have air. Gonna do a little test. Just a single fruit. Just to prove that everything is working good. And I'm gonna put it on the new section. For maximum confirmation. Health is good. What is the ice scenario? Ice scenario is okay. Plenty in the connector. Let's move some over to the irrigation system again. We may need to care about getting more supplies of ice. We've got a good backlog for now. I think we can plant. Okay, we need 7 more fruit. We are going to want to make 8 seeds. And then we only have the 1 mushroom spores, yeah? I see the space pirate Vulture. I see it. I see the solar barge. Okay. You're less than 3 minutes away. And if I go towards you... Coming in to assist. Understood. Start slowing down. Then, when I get close, get to the cryopod of my ship. Yeah, start. Start slowing down. Signal dead. Solar barge antenna still operational, but you're gone. Where'd you end up? That's fine. That's okay. That's good. That's a completely acceptable place for you to be. I'm heading to the solar barge. I'm 3.5 kilometers out, 10 kilometers away from you. I'm gonna get my first look at it, and I'm also gonna try and continue the job. I've got hydrogen thrusters, so I might be a bit better equipped. The beacon has gone offline. Maybe it's because I'm close enough. This is my first look at the thing. Whoa! That is interesting. That is real interesting. Oh wow, it reminds me of the Javelin from Hard Space. Well, I'm attached, so I'm gonna go to the solar barge, and I'm going to... Where did you get control? Oh, okay, here we go. Turn off the dampeners on the barge. My ship probably has better acceleration. Okay, let's arc us. Launch. Okay, you've done great work. That's good. That's good. Okay, we're on our way. That vulture is still out there. Goodbye, Thega. I understand now. This is really just like an automated solar transport ship. This is interesting. It's so bare bones. Purely structural. If the requisite wasn't designed for, like, military... I turned its dampeners off. So don't worry about that. Recusant was not designed for combat. It would probably look a lot like this. Oh, you mean to dissuade the pirates? That's probably yeah. They turned off their radar. They might be going into stalking mode, or they're gone. Could be one or the other. Stealing just a vessel. Congratulations, you did it. There are more out there we can steal. We can just get a collection. Long time ago, I stole like a cargo freighter, like a big old thing. Just a bunch of large cargo containers on it. Used it as my base for a while. It didn't really go well. All right, let's drop this off. Okay, detach. Let's turn the dampeners back on this one. Point it vaguely towards the sun. Acceleration is pretty good. I guess it's because the solar... or the ion thrusters are pretty big. This dampener's working. It's a bit far out, but it is a bigger ship. Let's move it closer. We got one forward thruster, no backwards thruster. You said it didn't have any upwards thrust. And you're right. Oh, I see the engine that's broken for that. I guess we're in the business of wanting gold then, if we want to eventually repair that. Farewell. Yeah, very good, very good, very good. All has gone quite well. We're solving the food problem. I need to plant the plants before I forget. We've extended the farm. We've got mushroom spores now. Vega stole a ship. All good stuff. Okay. So we... unfortunately cannot be safe with the mushroom spores because we only have the one. Plant. Mushroom spores will give us much greater food potential. Hello. I see we have a priest who's arrived to spread the good word of playing. I'm unfortunately of the Kraken denomination, originating in Kerbal Space Program, but I do believe they are different names for the same thing. Either way, hello, I'm planting. We're finally solving our food problems. Thega, who is now asleep and just left, has stolen a solar barge for us. All in all, good stuff. And new mushrooms. The houses, water level is high. Current water usage is 1.5 versus 15. Wow, they use like no water. And what's the growth speed? 8 seconds for about 1%. That would be like 10 minutes. Wow, these grow fast. Fruit, vegetables, mushroom. Soon, we shall have great many more. Let's celebrate by eating our fruit pastry. So, Danger Base is going quite well. We just got a good shipment of iron. Is that still a good amount of iron remaining? Oh, we're not even done refining it. And is that because the oh no, the refinery is still refining the iron. 38 kilos. Don't know if that associates with it does associate with mass. That means 1 unit of iron is 1 gram of iron. Good to know. Yep, solar, good old solar barge. Here it is. A little worse for wear, but we can repair it. I'm curious as to what's inside. This was hauling something before Thega stole it. Small steel tube. Scrap. Power cell. Appreciate the power cell. Steel. Appreciate the steel. Flare gun. Detectors, radio, motor. Okay, so just basic components. A lot of computers. Don't have to worry about silicon for a while, but that was already true. There's also these cylinders in the back, which I thought might have been tanks, but appear to just be cosmetic. We could swap these out for oxygen and hydrogen tank, and then use them to help make this ship somebody could survive moving around in. I like how the ship looks. It's just sort of slapped together parts with structural support beams in between it all. Most important thing to get this up, this Thega's hacking ship. We need to repair this. And to repair this, we need much more thruster components. I could probably steal them off of the ship we stole, provided there's enough. 2. How many do we need? 8, and then 19 construction. 19 construction should be easy. Pick them up. Wrong thing. It definitely feels like the tiny solar survival ship is turning into just a thing we take parts off of. I think I'll even take some of the solar components off of it. Alright, that should be maneuverable again. That sounds like you were asking a question, and the answer is no. I have never used modules before. Broadcast controller, that's controlling the broadcast. I don't know if you realize it's about me for how well established my base is, but I'm kind of an amateur. Oh, reverse thrust is on that part, okay. That means the entire... Oh no, the side thrust is on these parts. We could move them back there. Just have a single dedicated engine component. I want to repair this. Got a lot of solar components from elsewhere that we might be able to ransack. We are 8 short. I'm surprised. And there are none here. We are 8 short. We must have had a lot earlier. Unless they're on... The hull breaker's attached. Are they on the Wayfinder? I thought we had so many, unless Sega used them all. Nothing. Not too big of a deal. I think we have the resources for it. What is required for that? Nickel and silicon. We have plenty of each. Hey, I didn't steal the ship. Alright? That was Thega's doing. There we are. I did steal the base, though. Wow, these are thick. I guess that's what you have to do to have a large grid solar like that. Okay, that is a reasonably well put together solar barge. For my own kindness, I will put Thega's thievery ship back. Help dispose of the evidence. This is the one with the small connector, right? Yeah. Thega has immediately established himself as a very good ship designer. I'm impressed. I'm also jealous, but not like a very competitive, angry way. Got the mushrooms. They're already 62% done at 7 minutes in. That's going to be like, what, 12 minutes? About right. Fruits are growing, vegetables are growing, the food supply is finally solved, provided the ice remains good. The ice remains good. And if we were good enough with fruit and vegetables, the fact that mushroom does not take much at all means I'm not very worried. At some point I should probably rotate these farm plots. I have them in the wrong way around. Beautiful. We got chili. Food of choice, though that might change once we get the mushrooms up and running. Actually, let's see here. What mushroom foods could we possibly get? That require. Okay, let's just go through the list from the bottom here. Algae, grain and fruit. We don't have grain. These are the three that we have available right now. This requires grain. 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 This requires insect. This requires grain. This requires grain. Is there nothing? Okay, so we've been bamboozled. The mushrooms provide no additional food resource for us because they're only a topping for things that require grain or meat. So we're back to the original problem. We need grain again. We lost the only grain we had. It died in a tragic running out of ice tragedy. But at least the food situation is back to being stable, even if the mushrooms don't help us anymore. It might be a spoiler for the stream, but I do want to get a nice visual shot of the new barge. But let's hide my ship so that it's not clear that this is danger base. And then... oh, right, brand new Excels is still its own layer thing. I fix that eventually. Still, though, this is our photo opportunity of the day. There you go. Put that back on. Put that back on. I I mean, Thega's here. Well, Thega's not here. What I meant to say. So, Excel's being back operational doesn't really matter that much. Solar barge is good. How is the systems on board? Particularly the batteries. Not a battery. One battery. It's losing char. Okay, interesting. Current input is only 75, current output is 236. What if I point this directly at the sun? So that's a problem. The vessel can't actually keep itself charged. How about now? Fully recharged in 1 day. Okay, so it's very finicky. Concerning. If we leave the ship alone, it will not be able to keep itself powered. Also, what's taking the power? What's on board this thing that cares so much? This is technically a drone. Maybe it's drawing power to those. The antenna might... It's 200 kilowatts. Let's go back to the battery for a second. Current output's 236.1 kilowatts. We know that the antenna's doing 200 of that, so... turn that off. Back to the battery. Fully recharged in 3 hours. Okay, so that was the problem. Problem, the antenna too strong. We don't really need it operational right now, so turn that off. Keeps us protected from the pirates and all that. Oh, Thega, you did some work to this thing, didn't you? Neat. Well, it's been 4 hours, and Thega's gone, and we are at a point where we are just waiting for the crops to grow, for the resources to process, for power to be restored. There's a military munitions drone, but I won't be choosing to care about that. So, I'm going to close myself into the... here. Oh, that's grown already. Perfect. How many did we get? 3? Good. Let's make more spores. We could now start focusing on having a deep well reserve, but I think with the spores, it might be good to just do this in one fell swoop. Taking a risk here, but not that bad of a risk. We have plenty of ice. So the only threat is if I accidentally open this door illegally. That's not going to be a problem for me once I log off. I'm going to call us done for the day. It was a good time. Had a lot done. Things were bad, and then they just slowly became better. That's sort of how you experience progress. Here's the more progress. Here's the more ambition. Now that we finally have our foundations established, we can start going to bigger and better things. Bigger, more dedicated mining ships that can get more materials, that can then process more and make more ships that are bigger and can do more things. It's a vicious cycle, but the good vicious cycle that we're in charge of. We're the ones who are vicious these days. Be vicious. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.